Okay. Kill. Thank you for the biddies. How was Pilgrim last night? I missed most of it because I was trying to sleep, but I caught a little bit in between my frequent wake ups. Okay, we did the moon. Explored everything around here. We gotta go talk to Rex. Yep. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I want to stay sober as a streamer. Is like I've watched some streams where people are like drinking and smoking, and it's just it ain't it. Not for me. I'm sorry. Let's return to the Citadel. Coffee. Thanks for the lurk. Have fun at Femboy Hooters. No idea it was even involved. Yeah, I feel like that would be a thing, like, that would have to be discussed ahead of time, you know? Like, if everybody's, having a couple drinks, hanging out, then, sure. But otherwise, yeah. Kind of like being the designated driver or something, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Okay, what? Kepler Verge, Hawking Ada. Let's go to the Century system.
Message coming in, Commander. Big
Oh,
surprise. The Alliance needs you again.
Shepard,
one
this is
second.
Admiral Hackett with Alliance Command. We've got a mission for you. An Alliance officer named Major Kyle has set up a small compound in the Hulking Eta cluster. He's attracted a number of followers, mostly biotics. He's become an outspoken critic of the Alliance, and we believe he's mentally unstable. This could be trouble, Shepard.
Maybe you're overreacting about the
What kind of proof do
biotics.
you have that the Major is dangerous?
3 days ago, we sent 2 Alliance representatives to meet with him at his compound. They've disappeared. We believe Kyle and his followers killed them. That compound is a cult, Shepard. They call him Father Kyle now. He set himself up as some kind of religious leader.
Since there's gonna be a lot of talk in there, um, yeah, I could ask Llama about it. I did watch like a bit of a Markiplier video, where they were playing Pilgrim, and I was like, okay, this kind of actually looks like it could be fun. Um, because like I was never really too attracted to like Repo and stuff like that. I did want to play what was it, the one that Pilgrim was kind of based on, Lethal Company, but I never got into Lethal Company either. But like Pilgrim does look like it could be fun to play. Um, and yeah, I haven't done any kind of collabs with Llama in quite a while now, but He's fun to play with. I feel me and him just have the same type of brain rot, so it's just always silly whenever, even when we're not streaming and we're playing like Helldivers or something. But I'm pretty good. I didn't sleep good the last 2 nights. Whatever. I did a couple chores earlier, cleaned the bathroom, um, doing laundry. Wayne's sleeping on the bed right now. Took a nap with him. So sorry. Yeah, it's just something I kind of have to deal with, I guess. I felt really good when I had like 3 days of good sleep, but then like last night and the night before that, it was back to like waking up like every hour and a half, every 2 hours. Like part of me when that stuff's happening just wants to just give up on sleeping for the night, and it's like I know I shouldn't be sleeping, for an hour and a half or 2 hours a night. That'll destroy me even more. So, but I think I'm gonna start limiting it to where like if I've slept 5 6 hours and I've woken up 2 3 times, I'm just gonna start staying up. Maybe I'll start streaming super early in the morning. All right, let's talk about Major Kyle.
What else can you tell me about Major Kyle?
He used to be a model soldier, but something happened to him at Torfin. Too many Alliance soldiers died under his command. Couldn't cope with the guilt. His psych evaluations showed he couldn't handle the stress of command anymore. He was given an honorable discharge in early retirement. We'd hoped he would get better in time, but we underestimated how far gone he was. Now it looks like it's too late.
You said his followers were biotics?
Yes. Major Kyle never showed any biotic tendencies himself, though. I think he's just latched onto a group he identifies with. Many biotics feel marginalized or ostracized by society. Kyle probably sees them as victims who need his protection, and they see him as someone who will fight for them. Unfortunately, he's convinced them that the Alliance is somehow responsible for all their problems. We can't let him go on like this.
Barely slept today. Yeah. Trying to think of time zones. I feel like sleeping is hard, you know, especially when it's, midday. It's tough to go to sleep. Like, me and Mandy were talking about the logistics of me doing the 24-hour stream, and she was saying like I should start streaming at like noon and then end at noon the next day, and then like take a nap, like sleep for a couple hours, and then when she gets home she'll wake me up, and then we can like watch her movies and hang out. And I was like, I feel like at that point I should just like stay awake until nighttime, um just because I don't like going to sleep. If I'm taking a nap in the middle of the day every now and then, that's one thing. But like when I haven't slept enough, like I feel like I'm just gonna sleep for 6 to 8 hours and then screw my sleep schedule up even more. But I hope you're able to balance that stuff out or catch up on your rest or something. Sleep is one of the most important things to health, I think.
What were those Alliance representatives going to talk to Major Kyle about?
They wanted to bring him back to an Alliance facility for treatment. Major Kyle served us faithfully for many years. We weren't going to abandon him. Given his state of mind, however, he probably saw them as a threat. We're almost certain he had his followers killed him.
I might be able to end this without violence.
You serve with him. He might listen to you. But he's already killed 2 Alliance representatives. I trust you to use your judgment. Hack it out.
Okay, catching up a bit since I won't be hanging out with someone that often anymore. Yeah, yeah. I mean, just definitely prioritize, yourself. So it makes me kind of feel bad when like people are asking to do collabs and stuff. Like, you know, you've asked to play Pilgrim and other game. I've had other people ask to do collabs and everything, but I'm like, oh man, I need to sleep. And yeah, you always want to be there for everybody. I understand that too, because part of me does as well. But then, there's only so much energy a person has in a day, or and I've set myself up, when I was becoming sober, I set myself up to be extremely busy all the time because I didn't want to have that free time to make me think about relapsing. So like my cousin is trying to talk to me and trying to call me. You know, sometimes my dad's the same way. My dad will just call me out of the blue, and I never answer. And both of them are always like, well, how come you never want to talk on the phone? And it's like, dude, I'm busy. Like, if I'm not at work, I'm doing chores around the house, I'm streaming, I'm spending time with my wife and everything. And you know, like, I might not work much, but my wife still works like full time, so we only have a couple hours a night maybe. um and that's why I've tried to tell him, I'm like, dude, when I got 2-3 hours to spend with my wife, I don't want to spend an hour talking to someone on the phone. Because also, um my cousin's not that bad to talk to. Yeah, me and him, we've gotten along really well pretty much our whole lives. But my dad, it's hit or miss with my dad. You know, he might be really cool when we talk. He might be kind of like having mental episodes or be under the influence, and then it's like really stressful to talk to him. And it just makes me extremely stressed out even thinking about getting on the phone with my family members sometimes. It is super hard, yeah. Especially those first few weeks. Because, like, I didn't think I was, like, an alcoholic or anything, but then, like, looking back, I was like, yeah, I was kind of an alcoholic. Because it was like, oh, you know, I'm only drinking on Fridays or Saturdays, or, you know, I've got a handle on it. I don't drink that much at a time. But then, like, the first week or two without drinking and without smoking, I would be, like, sitting here at the desk, and I'd be like, like, you know, taking everything in my power not to just like leave in the middle of the night and go to a 24-hour gas station and get beer, or like fucking show up to the pot store like right when it opens or something. Like, it took the things that helped me out the most was just trying to be a little more active. I would go on walks every morning. I would go and just kind of be out in the little bit of nature that I have around me. And I would just constantly reflect on, like, you know, if I was smoking, I would be paranoid. If I was drunk, I wouldn't want to be out there. And, like, you know, there's a lot in life that I miss out on from being under the influence so often. And I always, for years, I was like, man, you know, I wonder what it would be like to go a full week without smoking. And it is a lot better. Part of me still misses it. Like, I feel like that craving will always kind of be there, but I know it's better for me to not be. To be a sober streamer is better for me than, you know, because I see a lot of other streamers sometimes which have, like, channel redeems to, like, you know, take a dab or something, or, you know, it's 420 time, and then they start smoking and stuff on stream. And, like, I guess if that's what you want your community to be like, a bunch of stoners or drinkers or something, then that's what you want, and you could build that community. But it's not really what I'm into, personally. I know that, like, if people want to smoke or drink, like, I don't bash people for that, because I lived that life, and I feel like you can do it without being, like, overboard about it. You miss drinking, but you shouldn't drink that often. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt too. It's like, it also, moderation, yeah, but moderation's still a risk. If you're already like an actual alcoholic, moderation isn't the way to go. But like, for example, it was a big crutch for me, like, especially when I was like running D&D games. Like, I would have a game every week on Sunday, right? And I never felt like I had the mental capacity or energy to sit down with my books and, like, plan stuff out and make note cards and, like, think about encounters and, like, what I want to happen that session, or what kind of obstacles I want to put in front of them, unless I was under the influence. It was kind of like, I guess, this backwards way of looking at it, where I thought that I was some kind of, like, you know, there's like a Family Guy episode where, like, when Peter's completely plastered, he's like a savant at the piano. That's how I felt with Dungeons and Dragons. It's like I would have to sit down and I'd start chiefing, and, like, I'd start slamming beers, and I'd have the music on, and I'd be getting into it, and I'd be rocking out, and then it was like the pen would start flowing, and I would create all this amazing content. And then it got to the point where, like, I could not do that without being fucked up. Like, I had to, if I was sober, I just, like, couldn't come up with anything. And so here in like 2 weeks I'm gonna join a one-shot D&D game. That's only gonna be like a couple sessions, and kind of slowly try to ease myself back into that. And I'm thinking maybe within a few months here, I'll try to kind of get a D&D game like going again where I'm DMing, and try to stay sober so that I could try to kind of undo that crutch I had where I needed to be fucked up to be able to actually like prep the game. And I know I could do it because like it was the same thing with video games. I used to not want to play video games unless I was like getting fucked up. But then it was like, I'd be playing something like Marvel Rivals and I'm drunk and I'd be like, oh man, Coffee, you'd be so down. Actually, Coffee, I'm glad that you're in the chat right now because it was something I've just kind of been tossing the idea around for like the last week or two. Like right before you messaged about wanting to do the one shot, I was kind of thinking like, man, I'm starting to feel the itch. And I was gonna ask about your availability, because right now it's looking like it would probably be on like a Tuesday.
I believe in you. We all believe in you. You're so powerful. You're the best player in the world.
You've probably seen Revan907 in my chats. He was a player at my D&D games for like years, and he was an amazing player. And we've kind of rekindled our friendship and everything, but his availability is like the Sunday thing won't be able to work. So I don't know what your schedule is like, Coffee, but if I was to start a new game, it would probably be on a Tuesday, and I would want to start with something like low stakes, because like I don't know if I'd be able to do it like a long-term thing, like a main campaign. So I would probably start off with something like, a handful of sessions, more than a one shot. But yeah, we also need to reorganize a lot. You work Monday through Friday? Oh yeah, shit. I guess your schedule is probably pretty set. It's still up in the air though. It's not 100% confirmed. It just kind of seems like that's where it would go, because like I asked Revit and Llama if they would be interested, and if they were to both join, it would pretty much make it only Monday to Tuesday, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Because with Mandy's work schedule and when she gets home, the earliest we'd probably be able to start would be like probably 7 p.m. But then with the 4-hour time slot, it would run till about 10:30, 11, I would guess. I don't know if that would give you enough time to be like sleeping and well rested for your next shift. Okay. Theropto is a typical hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of chlorine and sulfur in its atmosphere. It has over 100 moons and an extensive ring system composed of pulverized rock, presumably the debris from the shattered moons. While scanning the planet Theropto, you discovered a tiny moon with some odd readings. Further scans by Chief Engineer Adams revealed a destroyed escape pod. Your salvage team recovered the components and found one League of One medallion. We'll think about it? Okay. How do you pronounce that? Canctra? Or Sanstra? Terrestrial world of average size, Santra's moon is composed of nitrogen and argon. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of tin with deposits of calcium. Aside from some spectacular formations of water ice at the pole, the planet has little to recommend it. Significant deposit of cobalt. Tammy, here is a thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and xenon. The surface is icy, composed with sodium oxide with deposits of calcium. It contains a few unremarkable metals, but mainly consists of rock. Presence of canyons and floodplains indicates that liquid water once existed, suggesting Tamahira had a thicker insulating atmosphere in the past. Presop is the moon of Klendagon. It is a frigid, barren world with an extremely thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and ethane. The crust contains plentiful deposits of heavy metals. The Alliance is open bidding for the moon's mineral rights, but exploitation will be complicated by the system's proximity to the 5 kiloparsec ring around the galactic core. The ring is an area of intense star formation and too dangerous to safely travel. Oh, rat! Motherfucking rat! Presop's landscape is a nightmare of jagged overlapping ridges and geological shock zones created by some ancient disaster. This has not deterred a generation of illegal wildcat miners from attempting to exploit the moon's mineral riches. Unfortunately, many have lost their lives. So we're landing here to go find some biotic terrorists that hate the Alliance, so I'm going to be taking my biotic Alliance guy with me. 100%. We're taking him. So he's biotic in tech. So I think I also want to take Rex. Actually, hold on. Cancel. Okay, I can't back out of this. I was gonna say I forgot I needed to talk to Rex. But Rex is my homie. We Rex and shit up. Now, before we go in, cool, we got lift. Okay. Auto level up him. Got stasis. Now let's look at equipment. Whoops. Stiletto for the Edge V. I think I want to keep the stiletto. Seems way better. Oh, yeah. Different biotic amps. So we've got the Gemini amp 4 on. Duration bonus 0, power bonus 5, cooldown bonus 20. Duration 5, 10, and 10. Duration bonus, power bonus, cooldown bonus. I think I probably want the Unity one. That's a tough choice because I don't really understand how to use the biotics that well. But I guess I will go with duration because I do use barrier a lot. Lime flavored chips. Yum yum yum. Wait, Caden uses pistols. So maybe keep that one. Give him a Naginata. New cipher tool. And then I guess we'll give him that. Solaris amp. Barely ate yesterday. Now, I don't want to come off as controlling, but chips usually, as long as it's corn chips, I was gonna say chips are usually not my go-to when I'm actually hungry. They're just kind of like a snack to me. I would recommend like a sandwich or something. Especially if you didn't eat the day before. You gotta get them nutrients back. You gotta get them nutrients up. Alright, I think we're set. It's a little snack. Or tell if someone not eating all day, then only eating lime chips. It's like his kill here. Yeah. How's it going, River? Or would you prefer to be addressed as posting? Then I pick up my phone. You just knew. You could sense the disturbance in the force. There's something over here that's not on the map. River is great. River, what's your go-to? I haven't eaten all day yesterday and I'm gonna eat right now. Sewing and what? Oh! Oh! Oh, what did I do there? I didn't know you could do that. Ah! I don't like fighting these things. You're also guilty of no food but lime chips. I guess everybody has their weakness. How is this thing so good at sniping me? Alright, well, that didn't work out. Love a flavor dust. Try to throw protein or a fat in for the brain power. Some kind of snack and dip. The dip is my favorite. The chips are more of a vessel to transfer the dip to my mouth. Could be cheese, sour cream, salsa, French onion. Like, who knows? Ooh, hummus. I only like red pepper hummus, though. I find other hummus to be kind of weird. Weird tasting to me, anyway. Come out and play! Gotcha. That thing looks kind of cool. 7-layer bean dip. Oh, yeah. Gonna have to share the tea with you later on. So, I was getting this 7-layer bean dip from Costco for a while, right? And, like, I was addicted to it. I was, like, eating it, like, every day. Like, because single thing was so big, it'd take me, like, 3-4 days to finish it, right? And then I got like another container of the 7-layer bean dip, and I opened it up, and there was like mold on the top. And now I get, cheese is essentially just kind of like a mold culture, of like a different sort, and that you don't really have to worry about it too much. But this was like that kind of like green, fuzzy kind of mold, and it freaked me out. I do not like mold. Mold almost actually hospitalized me twice. So I take mold very seriously. It wasn't black mold, but like I was like, nah, I'm not dealing with this, and stopped buying it. But I kind of miss it sometimes. Oh, we wall crawling. Don't mess with mold. Yeah, nah, I do not. This cluster of prefab utility shacks have a distinctly ramshackle look to them. A set of rover tracks leads away over the mountain ridge to the southwest. Seven layers of fear dip. I've been told that 7 Layers of Fear is a great game to play. That it? Was that all there was to find here? Never eat soggy waffles. So that's the way I'm supposed to go? I think I'm definitely going to have to look up a guide for where all the metal deposits are, because I think I've been missing a lot of them. It's a fun, spooky time. Stole that joke from a friend when we played it. I was told that I should play it, so I put it on my, I don't know if I put it on my wish list, but I definitely put, like, a review on my YouTube. Mass Effect Metal Deposits Map. Where are we again? We're on Pre-Sop. Looks like there's nothing on Pre-Sop. Oh, wait. Gold and uranium. I need maps for all this stuff. It's such a difficult to follow website. Hawking Ada Cluster, pre-sop. Hey, the game isn't Maps Effect. Okay, that's true. It's just driving around these entire things looking for just like the golden stuff. I feel like I've missed a lot. I've explored most places. Ooh. Maps Effect though is a good one. Ancient debris. Oops. Digging under the beacon revealed a piece of scrap metal, likely from a very old freighter. It was marked on one side with the Macedon Outpost insignia. Okay, wrecked mining vehicle. Oh, bro's floating. Front of the rover is a crumpled in from impact. A glance inside tells you the occupants, probably a team of illegal wildcat miners, are dead. Debris is still sliding down the furrows left by its tires, silent in the near vacuum atmosphere. How long has it been since you played this Mass Effect, River? Crashed probe. Probably 5 at least, due for a replay. Yeah, I haven't played the first game in over a decade. I'm pretty sure I haven't played this since like shortly after it came out, actually. Probably been close to 15 years. Showing my age. This a remaster? Yeah, this is the Legendary Edition. Legendary Edition has all the DLC. Well, I guess the first one you're doing Dragon Age. Oh, dude, Dragon Age is one of my favorite games of all time. What's your origin character? I do eventually plan to do a playthrough of all the Dragon Age games. I just don't have Veilguard yet. Circle Mage, nice. I never did that. I never did a Circle Mage. I think I did the 2 playthroughs of Origins that I've ever done. I think I did one where I was... I know my first one, I was a dwarf noble. And then my second one, I'm pretty sure I was a city elf. But the dwarf noble was by far the most memorable for me. Ah! Found some gold! It's neat, but a lot of fade tedium. So it's on console, so it's rough. Oh yeah, I forgot. The fade absolutely sucks in the first game. Dwarf Nobles are fun. Have you played Origins, Coffee? I just remember that blowing my mind when I was young, because I was like, okay, you know, I'll play like a Dwarf Noble, and then like, you know, the start of the game, there's that whole like political intrigue thing. You get like exiled and stuff. And then I waited to go back to Orgrimmar until like the very last place I had to go. So like I returned with like all my companions and all this like story and influence behind me, and they were like, "Oh shit." And I was like, "Yeah, this is what you get. You shouldn't have exiled me." I think if I remember playing like the City Elf, or maybe it was the Wild Elf playthrough, but that one didn't feel like it had as much narrative impact.
Moving out.
Trying to find the title of that game for years. Thank you all. Dragon Age Origins? Dragon Age Origins is the shiznit.
Yes, sir.
Your favorite series? Yeah, I remember when people used to like kind of shit on Dragon Age 2. I was like, it's still a great game. You might not be able to like so deeply customize your character, but I loved all the Dragon Age games. Like, I had so much fun in Inquisition, hunting down, like, all the dragons and stuff. Dragon Age slaps. You know what? You're all right. What am I even doing playing Mass Effect right now? It's my Skyrim. You slap? How can she slap? Yeah. Mass Effect is so good, though. They are great games. I actually only started playing Mass Effect because, I was playing Frog Fractions, and I found out that the second Frog Fractions game is actually hidden within another game that I own called Glittermitten Grove. And, Frog Fractions 2, which is inside Glittermitten Grove, has a, point where you can import your Mass Effect 2 save. So I was like, I should play through Mass Effect 1, play through Mass Effect 2, and then import that save also into Glittermitten Grove, and then beat that, and then come back to finish up Mass Effect. No way. Yes way. Viva Pinata. Viva Pinata was my, I guess, I hate the word guilty pleasure, but it was my guilty pleasure in high school. Like, I started playing Viva Pinata as a joke, and I was like, okay, this is actually super good. I was always a huge Pokemon fan, and so I was like, you're telling me I get to collect little pinatas and, like, breed them into, like, families, and then there's, like, little evil pinatas that are gonna try to, like, eat my, like, pinata worms and stuff, and, like, I could capture those. I fell off the game because I couldn't ever have a collection of it was actually super good. The only reason I stopped playing was because, like, there kept being, like, raccoon pinatas that kept, like, getting into my stuff, and, like, my pinatas started fighting and, like, killing each other, and I just couldn't manage it that well. I was, like, 14 when I played it, so I might not have really known what I was doing. But Viva Pinata is super underrated. I have to see Major Kyle. Let me in.
I need to talk to the man in charge. It's important.
Father Kyle wants nothing more to do with the Alliance.
I'm here to help.
I want this to end peacefully. If he doesn't see me, people could get hurt.
We won't let you take Father Kyle away. He protects us. We need him.
He needs my help.
The Alliance wants someone to pay for those murders. Let me speak to Major Kyle, and maybe I can find some way to help you all get out of this alive.
Wait. Father Kyle will speak with you. Head to the building at the far end of the compound. He'll meet you there.
Still like that with zoo simulators, can't manage it, and an entire adult. Head to the building at the far end of the compound. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to go back to that other place. I don't know if I'm going to get shot up going in here, but I'm going to try. Yeah, I'm not very good at zoo simulators and stuff. Like, my old roommate used to play, like, the Jurassic Park one. And I actually used to play, like, a Jurassic Park simulator back on, like, the original Xbox. And it was cool. I was just no good at it. And they would always get out and run wild and eat up all my park goers and stuff, and it just doesn't click with me, I guess. Oh my god, you can sprint. What the fuck? It's just spacebar? I mean, I totally knew that you could sprint this entire time that I've played. $12 hours. Wait, no. Yeah, I've played 13 hours of this game. I knew you could sprint the whole time. Like, I mean, why would anybody play this game? What? What are you doing, Rex? Rex low-key gliding. God, I need to, Thank you for mewing the Reapers away. I'm doing my best. Mad Dog, have you seen my character's face? I'm just writing down that timestamp because I'm going to go back and clip that. The Reapers can't handle this Riz. I'm gonna date the Reapers, and then I'm gonna dump them, and then they'll flee because they're broken hearts. To me, you are a baddie. the real dating won't begin until the second game, though. So glad that I know that the game was Dragon Age Origins. I need to buy it. Yeah, definitely like look on Steam for it. There's sales going on right now. Like the autumn sale I think is happening right now. So it could be on deep discount, but also check for I don't know if it might be on the Epic Games Store, but also CD Keys, which is now loaded.com. Sometimes you can get them for an even better deal than the Steam sale. I mean, sometimes I just... Oh,
I am Major Kyle.
there we go.
I
I
know
thought
where
my
you're
mouse
from.
died or something.
We have no quarrel with you. Why can't you just leave us alone?
I try to be super cheap when I'm buying games. Like I'm really tempted right now. I woke up today and I was getting wishlist notifications for Borderlands 1 and 3 and the pre-sequel because I've been thinking I kind of want to replay them all. Um, but getting all those games and all their DLC is extremely expensive. Like with no discounts, it'd be over $500. But right now the Pandora's Box collection is with Borderlands 1, 2, 3, the pre-sequel, and the Tales of the Borderlands, and all the DLC is like 92% off, and then buying the bundles another 18% off that. So it drops it from like $550 total to like $40. And I'm like, partner's doing the new one, the new Borderlands. Yeah, that one seems very popular right now, but it's also like $70 or something. So I have to be a patient gamer and wait. Same with Ghosts of Yotai. I really want that one. So I'm gonna have to play through my old games and my backlogs before I can get up to the new stuff, unfortunately. Major Kyle, where are the investigators?
What happened to those other Alliance officers? The ones who came before me?
They wanted to take me away from here. They wanted me to abandon this place, turn my back on my family. They spoke blasphemy. I did what I could to make their end quick and painless. I had no other choice. It was necessary to protect my children. Only I can keep them safe.
Safe? They're not safe.
The Alliance sent me to bring you in, Major. Can't you see this has gotten out of hand? Don't you understand you're endangering your followers?
I respect that you have come under a banner of peace, but I cannot do as you ask. If you take away their father, my children will be helpless.
You can't help them now.
You ordered your followers to kill those Alliance investigators. You must face the consequences of your actions. Do you really want your children to suffer for your sins too?
No, this was my fault. My children are innocent, pure. Please, I never meant for this to happen. I'm sorry.
Sorry's not enough.
I don't want an apology. You have to come with me, Major.
Wait, if my children see you taking me away, they won't understand. They will attack and you will be forced to kill them all. You have shown me the error of my ways, Commander. Now you must give me time to explain it to them. It is the only way they will understand. Please, give me 1 hour. After that, I will meet the Alliance authorities at the gates of my compound and surrender without violence. I give you my word.
Alright. I believe you. If you lie to me, I'll come back and wipe you all
I'm
out.
going to trust you. If you betray that trust, you and all your children will suffer.
I will not betray you, Commander. Thank you for this.
Joker can have the 5th Fleet pick Major Kyle up. I just hope you know what you're doing, Commander.
You should return to the Normify and notify the Alliance of Kyle's surrender. They'll want to dispatch a ship to take him into custody. Alright. We did it. Now the question is, do I fly back to all of those different places that I've been before and just go back for all the like heavy metals and everything? We've got these ones. We'll return to the Normandy. We've done everything here.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Admiral Hackett here, Commander. Your helmsman just forwarded your report on Major Kyle. We sent in a team as you instructed. Kyle's followers have disbanded, and the Major surrendered to us without incident. We'll make sure he gets the help he needs. To be honest, Shepard, I thought this thing was going to end in a bloodbath. I don't know how you did it, but you saved a lot of lives. Congratulations.
Yahoo! Alright, I think I looked everywhere here. So we did hockey. The only two places we have left are Kepler Verge, Pharos, Novaria, Asteroid. So I did, I guess, a lot of those. I am gonna have to... I'm pretty sure I missed so many heavy metals. So the Hydra system is the first one with the Argos row. Seems like every place has about two different things, and I only found at least one on any landable planet, if even one. Yep. Why does the transponder signal not say that I've done anything with it, though? Oh, now it does. Area map updated. Howdy, Jane Rabbit. How's your day going? How far did you get in Mass Effect 2? You were playing number 2, right? Okay, we've got Mechos done now. We can go to the Phoenix system. 41 hours into Mass Effect 2. Woo! Woohoo! Yeah, no, it's a huge game, isn't it? Hidden structure. I'm pretty sure we did the hidden structure stuff. We've got the mercury deposit. So there should be a lithium deposit like over here. I honestly can't wait for Mass Effect 2. It's just such more fleshed out. And I remember Mass Effect 2 being like the better one. Surprised there's no worm monster out here. Oh yeah, on the very edge of the map.
To turn back, Commander. You're going beyond the range of the operational area.
Well, that's where the thing is, dude. Oops.
Kill them all!
Kill them all, he said. What? Forget who you're trying to romance with my chimpanzee of a character? Well, I was told my options in Mass Effect 1 is just gonna be Ashley or the, I think Liara the Asari. So probably Liara, because Ashley was kind of being super racist about me having a bunch of Xenos on my ship. Like, they were like, how can you be bringing aliens on the ship? Like, how can you trust them? And I was like, you bitch. So it would probably gonna end up being the Asari. Oh wow, yeah, 4 different systems. Anti-Rumgun is a small rock and ice planet. Ads are incoming. With a trace atmosphere of methane and ethane, the frozen surface is mainly composed of carbon with deposits of calcium, and Trimagon has been used as a crude anchorage for Terminus pirates for many years. The shells of temporary dwellings blasted by Alliance frigate patrols dot the surface. But always, the pirates return to ground their ships, drive charges, chip out some water ice, and trade slaves and stories. The deeper layers of Anti-Rumgun's interior are semi-liquid slush, due to the presence of methanol. It is thought that bacterium in the deep core create this natural antifreeze. Some species of Terminus pirates drill through the ice crust to recover this natural alcohol. Deposit of cobalt on this planet. Solgaruz is a small terrestrial planet with a thin atmosphere of nitrogen and argon. The frigid surface is mainly composed of water ice, which can be plainly seen in the bottoms of recent craters. The dark coloration of the surface is caused by a carbon and ferrous material pushed up from the denser core by cryovolcanic process. Raingiri, that's where we land, so. Junthor is a large terrestrial planet with thick atmosphere of carbon dioxide and chlorine. Surface is mainly composed of aluminum with deposits of nickel. Surveyors found the ruins of a technical civilization near the equator, evidently the colony of an ancient spacefaring race. The ruins had subsided to almost nothing, merely wind-hollowed husk of arcologies and other megastructures. In the center of the ruins was a single column whose inscriptions defied translation for several centuries. When Asari linguists finally managed a translation, the elaborate leaf carvings said merely, "Walk among these works and know our greatness." Crude scratches on the base of the reverse side said, "Monsters from the id." Recon team, Matriarch Dillanaga's writing. Pressure. Relatively small hydrogen-helium gas giant with large amounts of hydrocarbons in middle layers of the atmosphere. While the Krogan rebellions ended 3 millennia ago, the Turian chief of naval operations, a distinguished soldier named Mercury, declared his immediate retirement. He disappeared in what was then uncharted territory. It was only 200 years ago that a ship was found on the surface Precia's largest moon. It had landed gently and been deliberately shut down. Of Admiral Mercury, however, no trace was ever found. Raingri is a small, barren terrestrial world. While it possesses a reasonably temperate climate and a number of useful resources, no mining corporation is willing to risk investment. Rogue planetoid, dubbed Vots by the initial Solarian surveyor team, entered the system approximately 10,000 years ago and was trapped in a decaying orbit around Raingri. It is nearing the end of its slow spiral inwards. Earthquakes and cyclonic windstorms are increasingly common. Within a few hundred years, the planets will rip each other apart. Some Asari travel consortiums have already announced sponsorship of cruises to observe the spectacle. Let's land here. So I think we should bring Garrus? Rex. Thanks for the lurk, River. Damn it. So next we will go Overrun Research Outpost. More thorium. Shit. How am I supposed to get up here? Just like this? God, that was tough. Ooh.
We got them all, Shepard. Heads up!
God, I can't hit it. monitors? Tired of your ears hurting? What do you mean ear monitors? Like earbuds? My headphones don't typically hurt my ears unless I'm like... I'm wearing my hat, sometimes it'll make my hat kind of hurt me. Then if I don't wear my hat, sometimes I feel like my hair looks kind of dumb. Oh, that's cool. Musician earbuds.
I think we're good, Shepard.
Cool, got him. Guess we're super easy. For me, earbuds, hurt me. Ears are super sensitive to having things touching them. Like, I don't mind having my ears, like, put into headphones. That's why I've always liked headphones better than earbuds. Even years ago... Bye, Coffee. Thanks for hanging out. Even years ago, when it seemed like everybody was, super into having, earbuds over headphones, I was always a headphones guy. I have very small ear canals, so... having any kind of earbud puts, like, heavy strain on me.
Three more of these outposts left to clear out? This should be fun.
Polonium.
Heading to position.
League of One medallion. Cool, I think that's this whole planet. We should talk to Rex, because I keep forgetting to talk to Rex about his family armor.
What do you want, Shepard?
Found something of yours.
Found this armor. Does it belong to you?
Let me see. Yeah. This is it. Hard to believe my ancestors wore this piece of crap. But at least it's back where it belongs. Thanks, Shepard. I might be starting to like you after all.
No
You're
problem.
getting soft on me, Rex.
Huh. Just because I like you doesn't mean I wouldn't kill you.
My god, it's your character's face again. Yep. Gonna be seeing a lot of that. I can't wait to see how they rebuild him. Or like how well it's gonna translate into the further games. Because I'm pretty sure I've read that when you import your save, like sometimes if you have a custom character, it can make him look nightmarish. We will see. Alright, Gagarin, Terraskava, Hong, Bamshi. Maminar is the second of Tereshkova's outer worlds. It is essentially a rock of unremarkable ores with some deposits of water ice but no minerals of value. Frozen surface is composed of silica. Like the gas giant Solmerlon, it is thought that Malinor formed too close to Tereshkova's stars and was thrown outwards by gravitational effects. Computer models suggest it will be ejected from the system in a few 100,000 years. Solmeron is one of Tereshkova's two outer worlds, significantly removed from the rest of the system and with unstable elliptical orbits. It is thought they may have formed within 3 AU of the binary stars and were hurled outward due to instability of such an orbit. Solmarlin is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with significant quantities of sodium in the upper atmosphere, giving it a distinct gray color. Ooh, Hunslar is pretty. Hydrogen-helium gas giant, unusually large amounts of nitrogen in the upper atmosphere which glow purple when ionized by the solar wind. Hunsala's convenience as a place to dump drive charge has left its orbit littered with debris dumped overboard by visiting crews. Okay, Antibar's where we land, so we'll come back to that. Thegius. Terrestrial world with an atmosphere of chlorine and krypton. The surface is mainly composed of silicates with deposits of carbon. Thegius has a low mass for its size and is tidally locked with the star Tereshkova A. The temperature difference between the sunward hot pole and the dark side cold pole creates constant gale force winds across the Terminator. Large deposit of mercury there. Patamalris atmosphere is very similar to Venus in terms of pressure and temperature. Unlike Venus, however, Patamalris's atmosphere has significant quantity of oxygen, both free and bound in sulfur dioxides. The surface is largely composed of magnesia with deposits of carbon. It is possible, if unlikely, that simple life may be developing on Patamalris. Computer modeling suggests that the powerful solar winds from the Tereshkova stars will blow off Patamalris' atmosphere in a few million years, lowering the temperature on the surface to the -70s. Iridium. Then we'll land on Antibar. Antibar is a cold terrestrial world with an atmosphere of methane and argon. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of iron with deposits of magnesium. The world has been noted as a possible target for long-term terraforming. If the atmosphere could be increased to the thickness of Earth's, the global average temperature would rise by 10 degrees Celsius. Antibar's combination of low temperatures, high-speed surface winds, and low visibility make it dangerous to explore on foot. Hello there. You're a better man than me reading the planet descriptions. Did I just earn a badge? Did you just earn a badge? Welcome in, by the way. I am trying to get the most out of this, so yeah, I'm reading the planet descriptions. Whether I like it or not, some of them have actually been kind of interesting and hinted at like the Reapers and stuff. Okay, let's take a look around. Anomaly, debris, Geth outpost. So, map says we gotta go south though. So I am not coming back to find these minerals. Currently playing the Legendary Edition? Me too. Are you playing the first game still, or have you moved on to, like, the second or third? Mercury deposit. Oops. Yeah, most of the planet descriptions is just like, oh, the planet's made out of this and has an atmosphere of this, but a couple of them have actually had really interesting bits of lore attached to them. I didn't even realize it at first, but then one of my viewers was like, oh, wow, like, I never knew how there were so many hints to, like, what happens in future games and, like, all the descriptions. And I was like, what? And then it clicked in my head. Minerals are one of the few things he didn't bother with. I really didn't want to, but I'm a completionist when it comes to games I actually enjoy. So, I'm cheating a little bit. I looked up maps. So I can kind of just glance over and see roughly where the next mineral deposit is, because I've explored most of the galaxy and I've missed almost all of the minerals because I don't like just driving around the uneven terrain. You're in 2? 2's the best one, I think. But I haven't played these games in such a long time. Alright, we'll save the Geth outpost for last. You really... I could tell you what they were, if you don't mind, like, slight spoilers or something, if you can still spoil a game that came out so long ago. There it is. Oh, please don't be another worm. Ah, son of a bitch. Ow. Also, 3 is the best only because it had to walk so Helldivers could run. I've heard people say that before because I also play and stream Helldivers. You don't mind. I don't really remember. I don't think I ever beat 3. Honestly, I don't know if I ever really played 3. I think I just saw my friend play it a little bit at his house. But like a couple of the clues for like the other games and for like the Reapers and stuff was that there was one planet that said that it had a bunch of tombs all along its equator from like some kind of lost unknown race. But then one of the big ones was it was a gas giant, and it said that like deep space probes had shot signals into the gas giant, and there was large, like regular shapes. So they knew it couldn't have been anything natural. But whatever was down there, nobody knew. Like they tried beaming signals in there and never got a response. They sent a scientific research team into the gas giant, and they were all crushed to death by the pressure. But then one of my viewers pointed out that that's likely Reapers inside that gas giant. The vehicle and the human corpses show the telltale signs of Geth weapons fire. The Geth have been mangled by the Thresher Maw. At least they got what was coming to them. Okay. What is that? Well, now you have to. I am absolutely going to play 3. A Prothean Ruin? Searching the ruins, you discover a Prothean data disk. It must have been dropped by one of the Thresher Maw's many victims. But yeah, I started playing this because, I don't know if you've ever heard of the game Frog Fractions. You know exactly what that is? What that was in the gas giant? Ooh. Ooh. Because I don't honestly remember. But, the Dead Reaper. Oh, shit. Because in the lore thing that I was reading, it was theorized that, like, if it wasn't a superstructure, that it could have been an ancient race, like, dumping their debris or something in there so that it couldn't be recovered. Because all the living Reapers are in dark space. Oh, yeah! Now the lore's coming back to me. Magnesium deposit. That was a different way to hack. Yeah, I figured this is, I don't actually enjoy the hacking minigames, so I figured out I can just hold up on my, my keyboard here, and it'll just, unless there's something that blocks it, it'll just hack it. But what I was saying about Frog Fractions, it's this short game. It used to be like a Flash game, but I played that like a week ago, and found out that Frog Fractions 2 is actually hidden inside of a game called Glittermitten Grove. And in Glittermitten Grove, there's a point where you can import your Mass Effect 2 save data. So I was like, okay, Mass Effect 2 save data. So I guess I gotta play play Mass Effect now. I mean, I could just download some kind of save data off of offline and then use it, but I thought it would be more fun to do it this way. And then Geth Outpost. What? They're jamming my signal. Oh! Are they dropping more?
That's number 2. Let's hit the next base.
Cool. It doesn't look like there was anything I could loot here. I think that is this entire planet. Wait, what the fuck? To what? I think I missed something. Or I'm... Was it something I said? We've explored all of Tereshkova. Now Hong. Tragear. Tiny ice dwarf with trace atmosphere of xenon and krypton. Frozen surface is mainly composed of water, ice, and ammonia. Cryovolcanic processes are gradually repaving the surface with sheets of fresh ice. Then we have a lithium deposit. The Shaka. Wish the missions with the tank were better developed because the whole concept of dropping away team on planets starting style is badass to me. Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. Like, just how you get dropped in. It's super cool. The what the fuck was this for Glittermitten Grove, Mass Effect 2? Yeah, I have no idea. I know, so Frog Fractions has nothing to really do with fractions at all. And yeah, it's a wild game. For example, I know that in Glittermitten Grove, when you find the secret entrance to Frog Fractions 2, there's things in that game like an Obama shaving minigame. Like, you know, it's very experimental. The Shaka is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant. In the past, it was often used as a drive-discharge point for pirates raiding human settlements from the Terminus systems. 2178, the Alliance set up a network of covert sensing devices on Thesca's moons. Recordings of pirate FTL exit vectors over the course of 6 months led to the Alliance Navy to 8 major pirate anchorages. Since the Shaka raids, no ships from the Terminus have been reported in the Hong system. Star Trek style? Heck yeah. Matar. Matar is a terrestrial planet with a thick atmosphere composed of nitrogen and krypton. Its frigid surface is mainly composed of sodium oxide with deposits of copper. Because of noxious surface gases, explorers are warned to use extreme caution. Matar lacks a magnetic field. This makes it useless for discharging FTL drive cores in orbit. The energetic particles of solar wind from Hong strike the upper atmosphere directly, ionizing the krypton. This gives the planet its distinctive minty green-white hue. Scans of Matar revealed debris from a destroyed Astari freighter. Further scans uncovered a body which was brought on board. Dr. Chakwas examined it but learned nothing about its origins. Among the Asari's personal effects, however, was one of Matriarch Dillinaga's writings. Did we already do Traeger? Yes. Pommel. The Shaka. The Shaka. Shaka, when the walls fell. Temba with his arms wide. Pomal is an enormous terrestrial planet with a very dense atmosphere of carbon dioxide and sodium. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of sodium oxide and deposits of nickel. There's evidence that Pomal was once covered with broad, shallow seas. Should a probe ever be sent to the surface, a check for ancient fossil life might prove valuable. And then Casbin. Casbin is a classic pre-garden terrestrial world with conditions similar to those on Earth millions of years ago. Its hot, humid atmosphere is mainly composed of nitrogen and carbon dioxide. An increasing amount of the surface is covered by simple lichen and algae. Should no unexpected calamity occur, these tiny plants will change the atmosphere to an Earth-like nitrogen-oxygen mix over the next few millennia. Due to its potential for future habitability and sapient life, Casbin has designated a sanctuary world by the Citadel Council. Landing is prohibited by law, and any disturbance to the fragile young ecosystem will result in harsh fines and imprisonment. At present, the planet is passing through the debris trail of a long-period comet. Well, let's land on the planet we can't legally land on, and then blow some shit up. Hop off and get something to eat. Have a good stream. Thanks for hanging out, Tyler. Enjoy your food. So Casbin, go to the right. Where's this? Do I need to get up there? How do I get up there?
You need to turn back, Commander. You're going beyond the range of the operational area.
Ah! I already hate this planet. Woo! Sumerium. We got the Sumerium. Ah! Ah! Stress for me? You would think after hundreds of years in space rover tank technology, they'd be better rock crawlers. Come on. Yeah. Was it down there? They're shooting missiles at me? Okay, yeah, I see it. It is down here. How the fuck am I... This is the worst planet to drive around on. How far am I through that? Valuable minerals. Oh! No! Still need to find 10 light metals, 14 heavy metals, and 7 rare earths. Woo! Woo! Did I get them all? Jesus. Well, we got it, at least. Oh, come on. Don't tell me that thing's up on that mountain. Oh, thank God it's right here. Big pile of gold. More rock crawling. Ugh! What is all this? Geth transmitter. Geth Ray is transmitting regular data bursts to an encrypted channel using the Alliance's own FTO comms buoy. It's not clear where the data is being directed, nor the content of the signal. Let's shut it down. Fuck, I hate this planet. Yeah. Ooh. Buried under the beacon was identification tag for Captain Theme. There is no indication of why it was hidden here or who buried it in the first place. And I think that is all of Casbin. Yes. The Vamshi system. Almost. Hydrogen helium gas giant with traces of sodium darkening the atmosphere. Pregal. Pregal is an enormous terrestrial world with an atmosphere of chlorine and ethane. Its surface is mainly composed of sulfur with deposits of aluminum. No landing has ever been attempted. While scanning the planet Pregal, you discover several marker buoys orbiting it. Chief Engineer Adams secured some high-res optical images of the buoys, which appeared to have been neglected for some time. Each one was marked with the Baetica colony insignia. Maji orbits the Vamshi binary star. Vamshi A is a blue star of spectral class A4II, which burns at half again the temperature of Sol. Vamshi B is an aging red giant of class M5II over 220 times the size of Sol. Maji has a thin atmosphere of methane and carbon monoxide. The difference in temperature between the hemisphere facing the suns and that facing deep space causes constant wind, stirring the silica and sodium dust of the surface. Unsavory characters from the Terminus systems occasionally use Maji for forms of cruel sport, dumping slaves, hostages, quarreling shipmates, or even, when bored, vicious animals on the surface. One must kill the other before they will be rescued from the lethal radiation of the giant stars. Damn, that's fucked. Alright, let's look at equipment real quick. Got Banshee 4s. Much more accurate. I think I am going to take the accuracy. Let's transfer Hurricane 5. I'd rather keep the Katana 5. Raikou 4. Deals more damage. Or that's the 6. Okay. Yeah, let's take that. Okay, and then Liara also uses human armor. A raptor? Okay. About 2 hours into the stream here. Getting close to our little halfway point. Ooh. Wayne. Strange looking sensor has some ancient graffiti scribbled on it. It appears to be marked with the Edison Colony insignia. Massive skull is scored and deflected mass accelerator shots. The xenobiology files in your Heartsuit computer can't identify the species. Must have been brought here from an unknown world. Beryllium. Hello, Wayne. Are you done with your nap, buddy? Wayne is baby. Come here, Wayne. Quit showing your butthole to the camera. Come here. Come here. Where are you going? Wayne, I cannot play video games when you stand right in front of the monitor. Just want attention, that's all. It's not even close to dinner time. Maybe it's churro treat time, though. Ah!
base of operations for the Geth incursion into this region.
Hold on. This receiver's picking up some kind of transmission. Based on the signal strength, I'd say it's coming from inside this star cluster.
It must be a message from the primary Geth base. We can use the signal to lock onto its location and eliminate them.
Okay. The grease arm system. Okay. All right, I'm gonna take my midstream break. Wayne is begging for like some food, so I'm gonna give him a churro treat and stretch my legs and stuff. But yeah, I will be back in a couple minutes. Wayne's being so cute and clingy today. All right, BRB. Mass Effect back up. Got the pink screen again. I don't know if that's the pink screen that I'm getting. It doesn't show up on OBS. I wonder if it's just my HDMI, but it fixes itself if I just restart my monitor. Yeah. Sultan's where we land. So let's check. Benda. Benda has a dense atmosphere of sulfur dioxide and chlorine. Though technically classified as a terrestrial world, the surface of the planet has never cooled enough for a crust to form. It is a global sea of molten rock like Zeharux. Its atmosphere is being blasted away by the solar wind. Once this thick atmosphere is gone, Benda's surface will be a mere 400 degrees Celsius. Scans of Benda uncovered an ancient Solarian vessel. A small team was dispatched to search for valuables. The only item of value recovered was a League of One medallion. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to restart my monitor again. I didn't move my OBS out of the way. Yep, pink screen. Zeharix. Zeharix's nitrogen-argon atmosphere is being blasted away by the solar winds of the blue giant Grissom. Its surface consists of seas of loose silica dust, some kilometers deep, which periodically swirl into global sandstorms. Many unmanned probes to Xerox have been lost over the years. Though investigation has attributed all to mechanical failure or computational error, a popular extranet meme insists that the entire planet is composed of dormant nanotechnology, created millennia ago by a race even more advanced than the Protheans. According to the story, Xerox's silica dust is actually disassembler robots which periodically awaken to defend themselves. Though discounted by every reputable scientist, this theory has been popularized by a series of sensationalistic texts by Asari author Delsey Oritzia. There's beryllium on a small moon nearby. Sulcrum warning level 1 heat hazard. Sulcrum is the largest moon of the gas giant Notaban. It has a trace atmosphere of Krypton and Xenon. Yeah, I gotta re-pull this stuff up. The crust is composed of various metals with deposits of sodium. As with every body in the solar system, the surface is scorching hot and thoroughly irradiated by the blue giant Grissom. Surface excursions without proper protective gear are certain to prove fatal. On approach to Notaban, Normandy's passive sensors array intercepted a fragmentary code transmission from the surface of Sulcrum. Attempts to decrypt the message were fruitless. It does not appear to be in any software coding language used by the Citadel races. Yes, it is Geth. And we'll take Tali and Rex. We want to go directly north first. Got a deposit of thorium there. There should be another deposit over here. Is it on that rock or on the other side of it? Uranium. And there's a magnesium that is like down here. Oh shit. About to Austin Powers myself. We can go get this other stuff before we go back to the Geth bunker. Whoa. Oh, it's up on top of this thing, isn't it? Another Matriarch Dillanaga writing. Here we go. Also, let me check. Assignments, valuable minerals. Still taking a while. Holy shit. A Geth Juggernaut. I've never seen one of those. As the last Geth falls, you hear music from across the room. On the monitor, a Quarian stands before a hushed crowd, warbling a mournful a cappella of Worlds and Innocence Lost. The recorded song is dispatched to the Geth worlds behind the Perseus Veil. Transmitter shuts down.
Negative contacts, Commander.
Yo, Phalia! What's up? What's happening it? What's happening? Is that gonna be like the new thing now? Just up massing my effect right now. Discover a number of encrypted Geth data files. In the proper hands, they could reveal much about the evolution of the Geth since the banishment of the Quarians. Oh, I'm doing the weird. There we go. My day's alright. I didn't sleep good. Pretty normal for me now. But other than that, you know, spent time hanging out with Wayne. Did some chores. Now I'm playing some video games. Later tonight, gonna watch Final Destination Bloodlines. Pretty hyped for that. Why does it still show that I have something to do here? I don't. Weird. This entire system, we're done with. We don't need to worry about that system anymore. I need to go speak to Tali. How's your day, Faye?
Shepard, I need to talk to you. It's important.
Of course.
Is something wrong?
You know the data you took from those Geth control nodes? The information you uploaded to Alliance Control? I want a copy of it.
For your pilgrimage?
You want to bring this data back to the migrant fleet.
Those files have information that could be vital to our efforts to understand the Geth. It could be the key to helping us reclaim our homeworld.
Then you'll leave us.
If I give you this data, your pilgrimage is over. You'll go back to your own people.
Not right away. I'll stay with you as long as it takes to stop Saren. But my people...
You ate a sweet snack and now it's gone. All good things must come to an end. It is encrypted.
Years to decipher and analyze the data.
Maybe even decades, but it's worth the time. This information will give us new insight into how the Geth have changed and evolved over the past centuries.
Alright.
Go ahead, make a copy.
My people, I owe you a great debt, one I can never repay.
Rip sweet snack.
The only thing I can offer in return is what you already have. My solemn promise to stay with you until Saren and his Geth armies are defeated.
I never wanted anything more.
Thank you, Shepard.
What kind of sweet snack was it? Was it like gummy worms? Was it like an apple? Chocolate mousse? Gotta spill the beans. Little Debbie made these fall cakes that are basically zebra cakes for half price. Ooh, I used to love Little Debbie stuff. Same with Hostess stuff, right? But then it seems like somewhere along the way they changed the formula. I don't know.
Admiral Hackett, Commander. Patching it through.
We just received your report. Looks like this Geth incursion was bigger than we thought. They were probably preparing for a major offensive in the system. We're increasing patrols in the Armstrong cluster to make sure they can't establish another foothold in the region. Nice job, Shepard. You saved a lot of human lives on this mission. Hack it out.
I don't know, I remember like it was a couple years ago, like Hostess was like bought out and like very suddenly like the quality of Twinkies dropped because I used to buy Twinkies a lot. I loved the Twinkies. In fact, there was this little burger shack local to a village in Alaska, but eventually there was a branch that opened up in the little town I grew up in. And they had this thing on the menu called Golden Doobies. And a Golden Doobie was 3 deep-fried Twinkies with powdered sugar on them. So I've probably eaten more than my fair share of Twinkies in this lifetime. Alright, Kepler Verge, Hawking Ada. You never ate a Twinkie? I don't know if they're worth it these days. Let's see, Argos Row, we did Mekos. So I think we've done all of Argos Row. We've done all of Armstrong Nebula. We need to avoid Pharos Novaria and the asteroid. On the Teshkova system, Vamshi system, Artemis Tau cluster. Probably change the formula to make it more expirable so we don't just... Yeah, probably. They were like, we need to make this cheaper. Put less cream in it and make it not survive the apocalypse. Metal-rich asteroid. Several deposits of plutonium. Fuck, I didn't know you could do that. Now I'm gonna have to... Scans of the asteroid field in the Gnosis system revealed some strange readings. Upon closer inspection, Navigator Presley discovered the remains of an abandoned Solarian fighter. Only interest on board was a League of One medallion. And Gnosis was on Theorem. So then we gotta look at the Macedon system. What about the Athens system? Okay, so that's why the Athens system isn't listed. Check Macedon. Selling zebra cakes at half price so they can rebrand after the apocalypse. People eat them because they have no one generally like them when we rebuild. Low stakes conspiracy. That's what I've been saying. Corporations, man. That's why they're building. That's why all these rich billionaires are building like mega bunkers, so that they can just open up their corporations again as soon as we get started. I can't wait to work for Amazon for literally no reason other than to survive. Just wanted a bunker to have a bunker. I think I saw something on like Reddit earlier today, like as I was waking up, that Mark Zuckerberg is building like a massive like bunker in like Hawaii, which, to be honest, Hawaii seems like the worst place to build a bunker. I mean, just like trying to think of like the logistics of like the world ends and now you're in Hawaii. Yes, it might be a very nice place, but will it still be a nice place if like there's like nuclear fallout, you know? Or will Hawaii then suck? Also, unless you have private jets and shit, how are you gonna get out of there? You gonna build a fucking raft and raft from Hawaii to like, you know, the US or something? I don't know. I am overthinking it, but I mean, hopefully they're never needed, but there's a lot of very powerful and rich people that have been building bunkers for the last several years. But then again, if I had $1 billion, I would probably also build a bunker. But then I would also take a lot of that money and I'd be like, all right, free school lunches for everybody, build a shitload of houses for homeless people, like retirement homes, free, you know? Disgusts me how much money they have, and yet we still have all these problems. Why don't we have a Batman? We should have a... Wish we had, like, a Batman. Maybe not Batman, because he also wasn't really using his money for very good things either. Fighting crime, I guess. Scanning an asteroid field in the Sparta system, he found signs of habitation. A recon team was sent to investigate one of the larger asteroids. The rock had a small functioning biodome, but no signs of anyone living there. There was, however, a console with an intact Prothean data disk inside. Okay, Daedalus was the one we can land on. Time to go hunker down in the bunker and be Batman since no one else is going to do it. Thanks for the idea. You're welcome. Hunker bunker Batman. What if we had Batman, but he stayed in a bunker? Hell is this? It's a destroyed vehicle. It's like a Mars rover without the research cameras. Palladium? Do you remember when the Mars rover, like, sang itself happy birthday and then fucking shut down? I cry every time. So sad. Alexa, play Despacito. Space exploration actually fascinated me when I was a kid. I've always really loved, like, the idea of, like, going to space and, like, you know, when I was a kid, I was like, you know, I wanted to be an astronaut. Of course, a lot of kids wanted to be an astronaut. Fun fact about me, my very first word wasn't mom or dad, it was moon. Yes, moon with the twerking reaper. So my mom used to joke that when I was a kid, she would tell me that, that I'm from the moon. Apparently when I was a baby, like, she used to bring me outside and I would stare at the, like, sky, and I'd look at the full moon and I'd look at the stars and stuff, and a lot of the time, like, I would cry and wouldn't go to bed unless she would bring me outside and just hold me, and I'd, like, fall asleep, like, staring up at the stars. And yeah, she told me that my first word was moon. You're like, get Andy home, send me to the moon. For real though. Oh, got one. No asteroids here. Now that I know that I could have been scanning asteroid belts that whole time, I feel like I screwed up. I have to go back to all those places I've just been. Scanning the asteroid field in the Tereshkova system, you picked up some anomalous readings. After some daring maneuvering by Joker, a small team was able to recover some debris from one of the larger rocks. Among them was a League of One medallion. Yeah, I've been missing a lot of shit. Whoops. The Yuri Gagarin system. No asteroids. Oh, we got some asteroids here. Rocky asteroid. Deposits of polonium. Alright, so we've checked all of Armstrong, all of Hawking Ada, right? No, we did Sol, Artemis. Attican Beta cluster? The fuck? Oh, that's the Attican Beta. So skip that one. Theseus system has Pharaohs, we'll skip that one. Utopia system. That one had... Did we explore all of Argos Row? Let's check the asteroids here at Argos Row. No asteroids. Here we go. Nothing in the first ring. Damn, nothing in the second either. Need an open world space game, planetary fast travel, No Man's Sky. Have you ever played No Man's Sky? That was hella fun for a while for me. So we need Gemini, Sigma, Hades, Gamma, Voyager, and Kepler. Han system. Can't even go to the Han system. So we'll check the Ming system. Wait. Hades Gamma, let's... Treven. MVP Annie, I'm adding it to my games list. You're welcome. There's a couple others that I know about, but they're like way more like involved and taxing and like difficult or like super monetized where you pretty much have to spend your real money playing it. Shit like Star Citizen and stuff like that, but No Man's Sky is very entry level friendly, very big game, lots to do. And if you're the first person that ever goes to like a planet, or the first person to like scan a specific animal, you get credit for being the first. Like, you could go play No Man's Sky, and depending on where in the universe you start, you could find planets and creatures that I first discovered, and it'll show you Andy Z as like the original discoverer. A biologist's dream. Are you a biologist? You have a year left on your degree. So basically, yes, you're a biologist. That's cool. That's hella cool. I thought being a marine biologist would be hella cool. My sister is going to college to be a mycologist, a mushroom biologist. You probably knew what that was. Don't think I'm mansplaining. I don't want to come off like I'm mansplaining to someone who actually has college experience. But yeah, my sister's a mycologist. Marine documentaries. I just wanted to find fucking Cthulhu down there. I wanted to be the first person to get, like, you know, giant squid on camera. I wanted to find Relay, the sleeping city of darkness and nightmares. I wanted to find Atlantis. Mushrooms are beautiful. Fucking Cthulhu, yeah. Alright. Googling the civil engineering behind an underwater city because I was sick of these real estate prices. Oh god, it'd be so expensive and so dangerous to basically pull like a Rapture from BioShock. I don't actually think that Atlantis was originally an underwater city, though. I think Atlantis has actually already been discovered, and people just don't know. So, there's the theories that Atlantis sank. I think it's in Georgia. Like, Georgia, US, or Georgia, Europe. So there was a guy, I'm forgetting his name, but he was considered a clairvoyant or something, or he made a lot of predictions, and a lot of them Atlanta, Georgia. Oh my god. he made a lot of predictions, and he predicted that in like 1961 that evidence would be found that Atlantis exists. And then in 1961 there was an earthquake off the coast of like Cuba or something, and that's where I think they call it the Pimini Road. Pimini Road was discovered, which seems to be a cobblestone road that is under the water. And so people were like, oh, that was the road to Atlantis. Well, I guess studies have also shown that that is just a specific type of rock that forms in these hexagonal type of patterns. So more than likely it's not an actual road. But the most convincing Atlantis evidence I've ever seen actually is from Africa, from West Africa. So there's this area that's way out in like the kind of desert, like there's nowhere else around it. It would take like 3 days by helicopter just to like get out there, right? Or like weeks on like, you know, camel or something. But it's in this area which used to be much lower to sea level, right? And satellite imagery shows that there was like a center of that little like ruin, and then there's like a kind of a gap, and then a ring around that ruin, and then another gap, and then another ring around that ruin. And I think it was Plato was the first person to write about an actual Atlantis, and in the maps that Plato provided of Atlantis, it's exactly how it was set up: a central hub with 2 rings around it, and it had water all through it. You know, it had basically canals, like think like Italian canals of irrigation water, that it brought water for you know, drinking water, for growing food and things like that. And they say that, you know, in the legends Atlantis sank below the water, but what actually seems to have happened was there was a lot of seismic activity in that area of West Africa too, to where that where it once used to, it would have been slightly below sea level, allowing irrigation to bring seawater or something, or even fresh water down through essentially man-made rivers that would have reached that area and created those canals. But the tectonic plates shifted that area above sea level, and then so it all completely dried out. And now it's just a barren ruin. Over thousands of years, other people that lived in those areas did, you know, treasure hunters and shit would take camels, or they'd go on long trips out there, and essentially the entire ruin's been completely picked clean, to where it's just stone structures left. But that is the most convincing evidence of an actual Atlantis I've ever seen, because also nobody knows what civilization that ruin belonged to. It's essentially like a lost civilization, but you know, I think if anything that's it. All right. You love it. I like that kind of like anthropological and archaeological history. Um, I never really looked up to people like Stephen Hawking or Steve Jobs or Bill Gates or anything. I looked up to Nikola Tesla and Graham Hancock. Graham Hancock's still alive to this day. One of my absolute idols. The things he talks about in his anthropological and archaeological write-ups and everything. I actually have a first edition copy of his book Fingerprints of the Gods, where Graham Hancock goes into detail about a lot of crazy stuff that like mostly scientists are like, well, we don't know, and he's like, here's what it is. You know, he proves that there's a lot of stuff that ancient civilizations were probably way more advanced than we think they were. For example, in Ohio, there's a place called Snake Mound, and this is essentially a man-made structure from ancient peoples that is shaped like a snake, right? Um, and so they were like, "Oh wow, Snake Mound, that's cool," you know, and people kind of just wrote it off as like this interesting thing where ancient people kind of made a snake, and you know it's all overgrown in grass and stuff now. Well, Graham Hancock pointed out that Snake Mound, the head of the snake actually points towards the valley of 2 separate mountains that meet together in like a sort of V shape, right? and he spent so much time out there researching that he discovered that during, I think it's either the summer or like the winter equinox or something, during the specific equinox, the sun will, I think, set right in the specific V of that valley. So Snake Mountain was actually more of like a calendar system to help them know, like, oh shit, this is, you know, we're halfway through this like section of the seasons and stuff like that. And he's made a lot of discoveries like that, and like he does not get the credit that he deserves. A couple years ago, he was, you know, on like shit like the Joe Rogan podcast, and he was a special guest on a lot of different podcasts and stuff like that. But I think he definitely deserves a lot more recognition than he gets. A Claydol in the chat. Uh-oh. Sheesh. We have 3 light metals left to go and 10 heavy metals left to go. We do got to go back to the Citadel to talk to Nasana. And Citadel Tower. And then we can go back to doing actual story mission shit. Oops. Yeah, the aspect of human history is super interesting. I do like learning about, like, you know, ancient history and stuff like that. I think that we should pay more attention to it, you know. And then I'm also fascinated by things like anomaly style, like things like ancient cities, lost cities, shit like Shangri-La or like El Dorado. I guess when I was a kid, I just wanted to be a treasure hunter. I also think Graham Hancock found El Dorado. But the Spaniards completely wiped it out, so it's just ruins. But the Amazon rainforest itself is fucking mind-blowing.
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Log.
Whoa.
The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
The diversity of the rainforest. What's really cool about the Amazon rainforest is if you look at like aerial scans of it, and like thermal imaging and things like that, it actually really looks like it was planted on purpose. That it's not just like a miracle of biodiversity and growth, that it was actually cultivated by ancient peoples. Like the patterns that the trees line out are almost in like diagonal rows and things like that. And then another interesting thing is they, through those thermal scans, they found a lot of like patches that were like rectangular or square, and so they're like, oh, it must be ruins. Well, a couple of them that they went to turned out to not be ruins. Underneath this thick foliage was a sort of like a dense peat of some sort, and this is like miracle fertilizer. Like there was like, there's shitloads of it too, and there was studies done where they like took like a plant and they put it in like regular soil. They put it in like what we currently use as like potting soil with like mixes of mulch and like fertilizers and stuff like that. And then they also had like a third one where they used that kind of peat soil, and the peat soil that they took from the Amazon is still so potent to this day that it like erupted with growth compared to the other ones kind of like growing normally. Make a habitat in a jar and it sustains your own weather system. Yeah, it's super fascinating to me. I wish I could fucking just go back in time travel and teleport around.
10.
At ease. Rear Admiral Mihailovic, 5th Fleet.
Commander Shepard, SSV Normandy.
You don't know who I am, do you, Commander? I command the 63rd Scout Flotilla. You and the Normandy were slated for my unit after shakedown. Then the Council got their paws, claws, tentacles, whatever. They got them on our ship and you.
Peat soil was found deep underground. I couldn't... it was deep under foliage. So it wasn't like deep underground. The peat soil was on the surface. It was just like completely covered in like vines and grass, and they had to like hack their way down to it because they thought they were gonna find ruins, but they found like peat fertilizer soil stuff. And there's a lot out there, a lot. Like it wasn't like just oh wow, we found like a little bit. Like by their like radar scans, there is tons and tons of this stuff, but it's just very difficult to get to.
I still serve the Alliance, sir. As a Spectre, I can advance our interests to the Council.
You still know what color your blood is, Shepard? I don't begrudge the politician's decision to throw you to the Council. It's an opportunity. I do begrudge this over-designed piece of tin, though.
This ship saved our lives a dozen times over.
An exaggeration. I've read your reports. This experiment diverted billions from our appropriations bills. For the same price, we could have had a heavy cruiser. But no, we had to make nice to the Turians, throw money at a co-developed boondoggle. I'm here to make an inspection, Commander. Normandy is an Alliance warship. I intend to see she's up to snuff.
We'd be honored to show her to you, Admiral.
I'll just bet. Wait here. I won't be long. Commander, I'm not happy.
What did you find out of order?
Who designed that CIC? Putting the commander aft of everyone else is inefficient. What if he needs to discuss with the operators toward the bow?
Modified Turian style. They prefer commanders looking over their subordinates rather than in the middle of them. We wanted to see how effectively they can command with that setup.
Reasonable goal, but they should have studied that in a lab rather than on a frontline warship. I had to shake my head at that drive core of yours. 120 billion credits at element 0 to make this thing able to move without giving itself away. You realize we could make drive cores for 12,000 fighters with that money? What good is it to hide for a few hours anyway? Useless.
We can loiter in an enemy system and monitor traffic, or drop infiltration teams on enemy worlds. Normandy can be more effective than the Solarian STG.
Maybe. But that's not the job of a proper warship. We're supposed to find and kill the enemy fleet, not count how many times their garrison goes to the bathroom. And we need to talk about your crew, Commander. Krogan? Asari? Turians? What are you thinking, Commander? You can't allow alien nationals free access to Alliance equipment.
Oh, this was where I would go renegade, and I'd be like, you shut your fucking mouth. They're my allies, though.
We have enough enemies out here. Treating other species with suspicion and distrust won't win hearts and minds.
That assumes the hearts and minds are worth winning. That hasn't been proven yet. You have anything else to say, Commander? Any other justifications for the state of this vessel?
None, sir.
Very well. I don't agree with any of this, but your reasons seem sound. I'll be submitting a report to the Joint Military Council. It will not be as negative as I'd planned. Good hunting, Commander Shepard. Make us proud.
I didn't like that guy. Rear Admiral. Or like Booty Admiral. This theory that mushrooms were a symbiotic organism that formed to be our brain's eyes. Well, mushrooms were here long before any other form of life was. But like the human body itself is also miraculous, I guess. The way that we evolved is unlike pretty much any other creature on the planet. For example, tears. The way that we cry. The slight webbing between our fingers and toes. Like things like that. There's like a bunch of different things. The fact that we sweat. Um, it all to me seems, I don't know, maybe I'm gonna start going into a little bit of conspiracy kind of stuff now, but I feel like we didn't evolve just spontaneously to become this. I feel like we got nudged or something, maybe one way or the other. But that's a whole discussion for that would be a whole thing to be discussing. But yeah, just like I know like a whole the Neanderthals and all that kind of thing, but there is a missing link, and people say, oh well, that missing link, fucking Bigfoot. Like, do I want to believe that there are Bigfoots out there? I do want to believe, but I don't think that is going to be like, oh, so that completes human evolution. If anything, if there is something like that out there, then I believe it would just be, a separate species of primate. Like, we're a primate, chimpanzees are a primate, orangutans are a primate. I'm not a scientist, but I don't see how orangutans would specifically link to like how humans evolved. So I think, yeah, I don't know. It's a whole thing. Perfect, because your mitochondria were originally ocean buddies that formed with the cells and created greater energy output that allowed us to form. Mitochondria are the powerhouse of the cell.
Tally, why do you Quarians wear those suits all the time? Is it a cultural thing?
No, living in the clean environment of the flotilla has weakened our immune systems. The environmental suits protect against diseases.
Oh, well, I'll try not to sneeze.
Commander Shepard? Khalees been seen in Al-Jalani, Westerland News. Would you answer a few questions for our viewers?
It depends.
What sort of questions?
People back home have heard a lot of wild stories about you, Commander. I can give you the chance to set the record straight. What do you say?
They went into our cells. They were originally a different species, but because came symbiotic with our cells, we needed to focus to discuss that one. You know what, Phalia? I don't know if and when it would actually happen, but me, Revan, and Llama have talked about doing like a podcast, because we all live in the same area and we're all like friends with each other, right? So if we ever get that podcast started, I would have you on that podcast as like a guest appearance to discuss like human evolution and biology. One where we could really like sit down and focus on it and talk it out, rather than you having to like type in a stream chat.
So long as you understand that I may not be able to answer all questions.
I'm sure our viewers will understand. Humans have been trying to get the respect of the galactic community for 26 years. With that in mind, what are your feelings on being the first human Spectre?
I'm honored.
The Spectres represent the best of every species in the galaxy. To be asked to join them is an honor.
Some have said your appointment is the Citadel throwing humans a bone. Have you encountered any situations where the Citadel asked you to place its needs before the needs of Earth?
It's not like that.
The Council is concerned with the needs of the whole galactic community. We're part of that community now. Our needs are on their agenda, but we're one of many.
You really do believe that, don't you? You've been given command of an advanced human warship for your missions. Is there anything you'd like to say about it?
Actually, the Normandy was co-developed by human and Turian engineers. Its design incorporates many innovations, all of which are classified, I'm afraid.
So the Turians have knowledge of the Normandy that is being
Kill.
secret from the Alliance public? Do you think it was appropriate to hand Earth's most advanced warship over to the Citadel?
Damn it, Kill, this morning, but like before I streamed, I tried to look up the VOD because I wanted to listen to the music because I missed it. I missed it yesterday because I was at work. There's no VOD. The last upload was from 3 days ago. Just getting my oh, it's up now. Okay, I'll have to check it out after I end the stream then. Which actually, it's 5 o'clock for me now, so I probably won't be streaming for too much longer. But then, of course, I'll be back again later tonight. All right, what they say? Do you think it was appropriate to hand Earth's most advanced warship over to the Citadel? The crew is still
I
Alliance.
wasn't aware it had been handed over to anyone. I'm in command, and last I checked, I'm human. Same goes for my crew.
Human, yes, but you do work for the Citadel now, Commander. One last question, Commander. Rumors back home say you're tracking a rogue Spectre named Saren. Do you have any comment on that?
Saren instigated the attack on our colony at Eden Prime.
I probably shouldn't be telling her
Once his
this.
involvement was proven to the Council, I was assigned to bring him in.
That's surprising, Commander. The official line says Eden Prime was attacked by rogue synthetics. Good luck in your mission. Thank you for your time, Commander Shepard.
Whoops.
Alliance officials report that a Geth incursion into the Armstrong cluster has been repulsed, with the Geth suffering heavy casualties. In the event of future Geth activity, the
really?
Alliance plans to maintain a strong security presence in the area.
Yeah, I turned it up a little bit. It was down pretty low. Thanks for pointing that out. I got the pink screen. Restart my monitor. I feel like it's just this game. It's the only game that I've had this issue on with my screen going pink. Turn up! Just let me know if it's way too loud or something.
I know you. You're Commander Shepard, the human Spectre. Is there something I can do for you?
Yeah, I ran into your sister.
You're Nasana, right? I ran into your sister, Dahlia. It didn't end well for her.
What? Are you saying she's...
I know the truth.
Dahlia's dead, Nasana, and I know she was blackmailing you.
And I was all set to try to manipulate you into hunting her down for me. But I guess that won't be necessary now, will it?
You wanted your sister dead?
If people found out my sister was a criminal, I'd be considered a security risk. They'd revoke my clearance, or place me on administrative leave until she was apprehended. I shall transfer a little something into your account as a token of my appreciation. I'm sure you'll find the amount satisfactory.
I've got a better deal.
You're a diplomat on her way up the ranks. It could be handy to have a Spectre who owes you a favor.
You make a good point. Anyone can come up with credits, but I can give you authorization to purchase prototype Asari mods. I will get you added to our manufacturer's preferred client list. I think you'd be very interested in what they have available. Goodbye, Shepard. It has been a pleasure doing business with you.
Yo! And I got 15 grand for that. Yo! Do you think Shepard is a bad person? My Shepard is not a bad person. My Shepard is a good guy. No specific plans, I don't know about work schedule. Oh, you're talking about Halloween. What makes you ask, Mad Dog?
Commander... Hello again, Commander. I've got a proposition for you. Since you helped me get information on the crime syndicate, I've gotten a lot more backing from my publishers. I'm investigating traffic controller conditions now, and I wondered if you could help.
What do you want me to do?
I've heard rumors that the space traffic controllers are overworked to a dangerous degree. I can't get into the control room, but you could. If you planted a bug inside, I could crack the story.
This bug you want me to plant, could it interfere with traffic signals?
Absolutely not. I made certain that the frequencies it uses won't interfere with anything.
Everyone knows space traffic controllers are overworked. How is this news?
There's a difference between overworked and dangerous. Traffic at the Citadel has increased by 300% in the last century, but traffic controller resources haven't kept up. We already have several last-minute wave-offs per week. Do we have to wait for a full-blown disaster?
What will this bug allow you to pick up?
Just audio and video. I'm not trying to tap into the traffic control system if that's what you're worried about. I just need to hear and see them in order to correlate their activity with traffic efficiency.
If you crack this story, what's likely to happen?
Ideally, there will be calls to improve working conditions by hiring more controllers and upgrading systems. The Council won't pay for improvements voluntarily. This story will provide that pressure.
Alright, I'm in. Anything for the working
people. But I'll see
people.
what I can do. Give me the bug.
Very demure, very mindful. See you soon, Mandy.
Just place it on a terminal with a good view of the area. Thanks again for your help. In the long run, this story is going to save lives.
No, I'm waiting to speak with one of the Councilor's assistants. Commander Shepard, isn't it? My name is Admiral Kahoku. Is there something I can do for you?
I found your men.
You sent a recon team out into the Artemis Tau cluster?
Yes, that's right. They went missing a few days ago. I've been trying to find out what happened to them, but I keep getting the runaround from Alliance brass. Do you know something about this, Commander?
Got bad news.
They were killed by a Thresher Maw.
A Thresher Maw? That's not... My men wouldn't just stumble into a Thresher nest. Not the entire unit.
Somebody lured them there with an Alliance distress beacon. Placed it perfectly so they'd land right beside the Thresher nest.
Damn it. I had a bad feeling about this ever since my team disappeared. An Alliance beacon used as bait, my unit wiped out, and nobody seems to know anything about it. Commander, I appreciate what you did. Now I need to do my part. The families of those Marines deserve to know why they died.
Can I help?
Anything you need from me?
Not right now, Shepard, but I'll let you know as soon as I find something out.
Near the back of CSEC. Look around, see if there's any other quests I can pick up since it's my second time here.
300 years ago, the Geth drove my people into exile. We asked the Council to wipe the synthetics out, but they ignored our pleas.
Maybe if they'd listened, we wouldn't be here now. This is it. The very heart of the Citadel, the pinnacle of galactic power. Kinda makes your head spin if you think about it too much.
Maybe. But I wouldn't believe everything you hear.
I hope he's okay.
Who's
I'm on a
Gareth?
break. Talk to someone else if you need anything. I've got a lot on my mind.
Maybe I can help.
Well, maybe you can. You're a soldier, right? You ever head out to the Traverse?
Commander Shepard.
I'm not just some soldier. I'm a Spectre.
A Spectre? I heard they were thinking about letting humans into the ranks. About time. Well, that means you can go anywhere you want, right? Even out into the Traverse? My brother's the captain of a ship called the Majesty. It was crossing the Traverse a few days ago when it disappeared. Just dropped right off the grid. And that usually means one of two things. They had massive mechanical failure, or they were attacked.
Those are both bad.
Neither one of those options leaves a lot of hope.
I won't give up on my brother. Not yet. I've got the coordinates for the last transmission from his vessel.
Isn't anyone else looking into this?
My brother's just a small independent trader. Ships like his disappear in the Traverse all the time.
What kind of ship was it?
Don't let the name fool you. The Majesty's just a small trading vessel, only a handful of crew. But he kept it in good condition. I don't think mechanical failure is too likely. But they don't have any real weapons or shields. If anyone did come after them, the Majesty'd be a sitting duck.
What's in this for me?
I can't afford to pay you anything. If I had that kind of cash, I'd have hired a recovery team to track him down already. Maybe you could look into this as a personal favor, you know? We humans have to stick together.
I'll see what I can do.
I'll forward them to your ship right away. Please let me know as soon as you find him.
Oh.
Alliance officials have raided a dangerous cult controlled by a former Alliance officer, Major Kyle. Major Kyle surrendered and is now being treated for severe post-traumatic stress disorder.
Oh, I keep clicking the wrong button.
Let all races herald the glory of the Enkindlers who raised them all to enlightenment. Where there was only darkness, the Enkindlers gave light. Where there was only ignorance, the Enkindlers gave wisdom.
CSEC is investigating a woman named Helena Blake. There's no hard evidence against her, but if these reports are correct, she's a power criminal element on the Citadel. She was last seen near the Emporium on the Presidium.
Hello, Commander.
Good to see you, Commander.
Inconspicuous location. Bug planted.
Hello, Commander.
Need
Shall we let
supplies.
open the rare stocks?
Ariake Technologies license. Yeah, let me buy that.
Presidium technicians are struggling to understand why a computer system catastrophically overloaded recently. Technicians are reportedly unsure of what caused the malfunction, or even what the system was originally designed to do. CSEC is investigating the possible vandalism or misuse of public property.
I think I took the wrong elevator. Yep.
In entertainment news, Francis Kitt has announced plans to direct Hamlet with El Corps cast members. The production will open dramatic theater to the El Corps with a Hamlet who uses El Corps body language and pheromones. Kitt claims that he's also excited by giving a human audience the chance to judge Hamlet by his deeds and not his emotions.
We need the financial district. His needs and not his emotions. His deeds. Deeds with a D. But it's because the El Corps can't they're very monotone, so like El Corps don't express their emotions. They're like giant, weird, hunched over aliens. And when you talk to them, they'll be like, surprised greeting, hello, Commander Shepard. And like you ask them about their language, and they're like, they communicate mostly through pheromones and subtle body language. So to talk to humans, they'll be like, genuine sincerity, how are you doing today?
I'm the only person making sense right now. You're endangering your baby.
This baby is the only thing I have left of Jake. I don't care what you think, Michael. It's my decision.
I know you're hurting, Rebecca, but don't let your grief hurt your baby too.
No problem.
Can I help you with anything?
Perhaps you can talk some sense into her.
I don't need anyone to talk sense into me, Michael. I'm not undergoing the treatments.
My sister-in-law here is pregnant, and she's refused to let the baby undergo gene therapy in utero.
I thought gene therapy was common.
My husband Jacob died from a rare heart condition several months ago.
There's a chance that the baby could develop the same heart condition, but routine gene therapy can eliminate it.
A very small chance, Michael. And extranet reports say the therapy could harm the child.
It's less dangerous than the genetic enhancements that every soldier in the Alliance receives.
Oh, now I gotta make a choice on these people, baby. Man, that face. Right? Very attractive, reminds me of a K-pop idol. What's the danger of
What
the
are the
therapy?
chances the gene therapy could hurt the baby?
1 in 300 at most.
But extranet articles say there could still be long-term complications we don't know about. Don't you understand? If my baby is that 1 in 300, I will always wonder if I killed my baby for nothing.
What are the chances that your child will develop the heart condition?
According to the doctors, there's a 1 in 50 chance. And if my baby develops the condition, medical treatments are available.
Which are nowhere near as effective as simply getting the gene therapy.
Oh! What do I do? What do I do? I feel like I should let her choose. Moss, what up? Trying to figure out if I should tell a lady to have her baby get gene therapy for a heart condition or risk it. It's Mega Chad himself. Yeah. I try to wait till you see him from the side. Get the treatment. You think get the treatment, Philia? 1 in 300 chance that there's complications from the treatment. 1 in 50 chance the baby gets heart disease later on. Gee, but what would you pick? That's the thing, like, if it was me, I'd be like, I don't want your baby's fucking conscience, like, I don't want your baby's life on my conscience. I'd be like, it's the mother's choice, you know? Like, freedom of bodily autonomy and everything like that. I'd be like, she can choose, you know? But at the same time, she's saying that there's a 1 in 50 chance that her baby gets a heart disease and that there's medicine to treat it, but she also said that her husband died from the same heart disease. So it's like, obviously, the medicine might not work. But she's not risking bodily autonomy here. Yeah. There's less risk getting the treatment.
For what it's worth, I think you should consider undergoing the therapy.
I don't care what you think. Who are you anyway? It's my child. It's my decision.
I think it is worth it. I think it would be worth it.
Wouldn't your husband have wanted to give the baby a better chance than he had?
But what if it ends up killing a child who would never have developed the condition? What then?
It'll be on my soul. Wouldn't be your fault.
Then you'll know you did all you could to keep your baby safe. That's all you can do.
Don't you understand? I can't lose this baby. This is all I have left of him.
And you and that baby are all I have left of Jacob. I can't lose you. Either of you. Not after this.
Then why didn't you just say that instead of yelling at me?
I was scared. I'm sorry.
If it means that much to you...
Did you look it up, Phalia, or do you just, like, know
that it's the right thing?
What the outcomes of this choice are?
Thank you so much. I guess we needed an outside person to talk some sense into both of us.
Are you making sad? Why are you making the sad cat? Why are you making the sad cat? Did I fuck up? Is the baby gonna die now? The baby's gonna show up in Mass Effect 3 and be like, thank God you talked my mom into giving me gene therapy.
Clan. I believe congratulations are in order, Commander Shepard. You are the first human to join the Spectres, yes?
It's a great honor.
One you are no doubt ready for. A word of warning, though. There are many eyes watching you now, Commander. Some of them want to see you fail.
I'm like, who's watching me?
I, however, wish you only success. Perform well and you bring the Earth Clan one step closer to joining the Council. And if they let your people in, maybe there is hope for my own species one day, yes?
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Commander, it is good to see you again.
Show me your items.
Oh, this one is pleased to do so, human. You will not be...
Naked mole rat? I feel like that is what they look like under there.
Commander, it is good to see...
Show me your items.
Oh, this
You
one is...
non-human armors. That's expensive!
got him. Moment, Spectre. Hello, Spectre. I have a business proposition for you.
How do you know me?
How did you know I'm a Spectre?
Word travels. Your name comes up in certain circles. I'm acquainted with a pair of powerful crime bosses.
Oh, okay.
They're hiding on remote worlds, and I have the coordinates. You could do the galaxy a favor.
And what do you get out of this?
We share interests in certain cooperative ventures, but their business practices have forced me to terminate our relationship. Once they are dead, I will manage our organization in a more tasteful manner.
This is an obvious setup.
I eliminate them, and then you take over and try to eliminate me. How stupid do I look?
While I appreciate your estimation of my bravado, I have no intention of attempting to murder you. You are the first human Spectre, and you are doing important work for humanity. I have no interest in red sand or slavery. Anyone who does deserves to die. Our needs are aligned.
I'm in.
What crimes did these men commit?
They're red sand dealers who make victims of their customers. Those who can no longer pay are sold to Batarians as slaves. They're loathsome, hurting innocent people. They must be ended.
What kind of defenses would these two have?
I haven't the faintest idea, but they're certain to be armed. Their partnership's soured, and each believes that the other intends to kill him. They will be well prepared.
You're obviously with them. Why don't I just arrest you instead?
Arrested for what? You and I are simply having a conversation. I have excellent legal representation. Arresting me would be a waste of your time.
All right, I'll do it.
If they're as bad as you say they are, they need to be dealt with.
Excellent. Here are the coordinates. When these men are dead, I will wait for you at the third set of coordinates. Goodbye, Commander. It's been a pleasure to meet you.
Renegade? Renegade +2? How is it Renegade to want to go kill fucking, like, hardcore drug pushers and slavers? Like, they get them addicted to something super fucked up, and then when they run out of money, they're like, guess I'm gonna sell you into the slave trade, and I'm a renegade for wanting to fucking take them down? Good. Then I'll be a renegade. Fuck them. Alright, let's look at our journal. Alright, we gotta talk to Wong again. Giggled Renegade LO, and it means to go back on a promised contract. Oh, to renege does. The Crimson Chin! To renege on a contract means to break a promise. But renegade is more like, you know, loose cannon. You know, like, I play by my own rules and have my own code type thing.
I'm already getting readings. This is gonna make a great story.
Got sparkling water?
Thank you so much.
Better
for your
chug one
help.
for me.
Here, this is everything I've got from my publisher's budget.
Told you I was gonna hold you to it. Good cause. We must be
It was
helping
no
the
problem.
people.
Good luck with your story. It deserves to be heard.
I appreciate your support. I hope this will save some lives in the long run. Thanks again for your help.
You knew it
I'm
was
gonna show this to
Monday?
my publisher.
Can't shotgun it unless you're present. Okay, are you streaming later? When you said sparkling water. I want to hear that burp, bruh. I want to hear that sparkling water burp. Not in like a weird way or anything, you know. Okay, so... I think that's everything we needed to do in the Citadel for now. Got more people to blow up and shit. Just king shaking my head. You're kink disappointed, but you're not kink shaming. Oh no. Oh, we don't want to go to the Presidium. We want to go to...
Celebrations
Cap,
are being planned
thanks
for
to
the
me
anniversary
watching
of
you
the end
play
of the
Mass
Reckoning
Effect,
Wars.
I found out that I can
Many
sprint.
council worlds, particularly Asari and Solarian colonies,
13 hours in Mass Effect 1. 13 hours, and I didn't know how to sprint.
Admission of debt, several Asari colonies have invited Krogans to be honored for the victories the uplifted Krogans made possible.
Look at me go. I'm like Forrest Gump. It's important to game responsibly.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination
Zoom.
in progress. Logged. The commanding officer is aboard. Exo Presley stands relieved.
He stands relieved? Did he piss himself standing up? Alright, so...
Message coming in.
Ah, another
Pass it
message.
through.
Commander, Miss Al-Jalani's story on you just aired. She shouldn't have ambushed you like that, but you handled it pretty well.
Yeah, the best I could.
We had differences of opinion, sir. I hope she at least believed my sincerity.
You handled yourself pretty well, Commander. She came across like a raving idiot.
Paragon.
There is one other matter, however. The Citadel has been trying to play down Saren going rogue. It makes the Spectres look bad. Your mention of him was politically inconvenient.
Like I care.
I'm sure Saren inconvenienced the people he killed on Eden Prime, too.
I'm on your side.
Hey, it's Bill Murray!
Remember that. This
From the critically acclaimed masterpiece Zombieland.
I won't keep you any longer. Fifth Fleet out.
Me and Cap, we're connected. It was one of the first things I ever said in Kill's chat when I saw Bill Murray. I was like, oh, I loved your work in like Zombieland or something. Or best known for their work in Zombieland. Oh, I'm not trashing Zombieland. It's a classic. Gemini Sigma? What the Sigma? What the Sigma? Got a sweet potato in there somewhere. What? Ooh, does it?
Message for you, Commander. Just came in over a secure channel.
Shepard, this is Admiral Kahoku. I found out who set that trap for my men. The ones killed by the Thresher War. Damn, I hope you get this message. It was a group called Cerberus. An Alliance Black Ops organization. Top secret.
Cerberus?
Security clearance. They vanished a few
I'm
months
sure
ago.
we'll never run into them
Dropped
again.
off the grid. Nobody knew where they went or what they were up to. They've gone completely rogue, Shepard. They're conducting illegal genetic experiments, trying to create some kind of super soldier. I don't have any proof, but I found the coordinates for one of their research worlds. I'm uploading them with this message. They're completely out of control. Somebody needs to stop them. I've done my part. Now it's up to you. This is probably the last you'll hear from me. Cerberus is after me now. I need to disappear before they find me.
Yeah, it does not sound good. Sorry, please get some rest soon. Clearly, they get destroyed by Shepard in 1. Yeah, I'll destroy Cerberus, and then we'll never have to deal with them ever again at all. Like, it won't even be a thing. Extremely tired. We're all a bunch of sleepy people. Tired for good reasons. Patatanlis is a large rock world with an unusually thin atmosphere of hydrogen and carbon monoxide. The frigid world's crust contains extensive deposits of uranium and occasional loads of naturally occurring plutonium. With a total mass of more than 4 times that of Earth, Patatanlis should have a significantly thicker atmosphere. This unusual feature is flagged as worthy of scientific investigation, but the need for expensive amounts of radiation shielding has deterred interest. Large deposit of beryllium here. Thick atmosphere. What's this atmosphere doing all caked up on a Friday night? Standard gas, hydrogen, helium gas giant. Barkrothu is only distinguished by its moons. Several dozen of them have been sculpted into the likeness of an anthropodal alien race not yet known to Council's science. Radiometric dating suggests the moons were worked over 500,000 years ago. Anthropodal alien race. Arthropodal. Arthropods. That's like bugs, right? Friday's a good time to be caked up though. Do I need to ship you some seafood? I'll get my fill the next time I'm in Washington. Took my dad to a hockey game last night for his birthday. Didn't get home till about 2 a.m. Didn't sleep till about 3. Up at 6:30 for work. Damn, Bill. Arthropoodle. Arthropodal. What hockey game though? I don't really know anything about hockey, but go San Jose Sharks, I guess. Mavagon. Okay, that's where we land, so we want to look at that place last. Huntingtoe. Jovian-sized gas giant with standard hydrogen helium atmosphere. Traces of methane give the planet its distinct cobalt blue tint. Spectral analysis indicates its extensive ring system is mostly composed of ice crystals. Huntingtoe has an exceptionally powerful magnetic field, which creates strong radio interference throughout the inner system. Aren't the Protheans sort of bug-like? Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, I think they're kind of bug-like, or have like an exoskeleton of some sort. Minnesota Wild versus St. Louis Blues. You're from Washington. You cheer for the Kraken? How dare you, Andy? I'm not from Washington. I was born in California. And I grew up in Alaska. Kraken didn't exist until a couple years ago. Maybe Andy likes the Sharks for years and years. You're from Washington now. Yeah, I always, I never even really, I don't think I've ever even seen like a single hockey game. It was just, oh shit. Oh, ad break in progress. Can I be from Washington? You can be from wherever you want to be, as long as your heart's in it. Like, I haven't been to Alaska, I haven't lived in Alaska for almost 10 years, but I still rep the 907. 907, if you see someone with a 907 in their username, you can almost guarantee they're an Alaskan. Paravan is a small, unremarkable rock world. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of calcium with deposits of aluminum. Paravan's low mass has left it tidally locked to the star Han. If there were any resources of value, mining stations could be established on the relatively temperate Twilight Band. Oh, scans of Paravan revealed an unmanned station in geosynchronous orbit. Your salvage team found no evidence to the origin of the stations, but they did find one of Matriarch Dillinaga's writings. Okay, noted. Shipping my heart to Washington tomorrow. It's better than Kentucky. Kentucky isn't real. Dude, oh no, not Kentucky, but Tennessee. Did you guys see that shit in the news earlier today about fucking Bucksnort, Tennessee? What's going on? Explosive manufacturer fucking exploded, and there's like 19 people missing. The explosion was heard from up to 21 miles away. Colorado's slightly better. Captain Monday. Shit, I don't think I have any mods here. I was gonna approve that here. There we go. My screen's gonna be pink. Cost of living in Kentucky is only good if you want to live in bumfuck nowhere. Living near anything in Kentucky is no better than other states cost-wise. Someone at least lost a hand. People are dead, bro. Like, people have got, like, I saw there's footage of someone from like miles away, like 400 times zoomed in on their camera, and it's like, I'm like, what am I looking at? And then I see like a truck that's like blasted out and charred with like metal all over it, and I'm like, oh yeah, those 19 people have been vaporized. When I was looking at like it looks like a nuclear bomb went off or something, like from the little bit of footage that I saw of like the blast zone. It's pretty intense. And like, I don't know, when I saw some stuff on Reddit, and like I scrolled through on Reddit and there wasn't a lot of comments when I saw it, but I did see a comment where they were like, someone was like, I'm sorry, fucking Bucksnort. And like, I was just like, man, like, people died, dude. Like, I don't know, situation like that seems more like a kind of tragedy where who cares what the fucking place is named? Like, damn, I don't know. Go to Wyoming, whole state, middle of nowhere. Is Wyoming even a thing? You actually prefer living in the middle of nowhere? I cannot stand it, dude. You know how many times that I have basically had, like, you know, 3 o'clock in the morning, rapping at the door. I'm not gonna open it. Let me in, let me in. It's your mother. No, I'm not gonna open it. Mom's sleeping in the bedroom right now. Let me in, let me in. It's your mother, I promise. No, Mom's sleeping in the bedroom. And then I go get my mom from the bedroom, and I'm like, hey, Mom, you're sleeping, right? Yeah, why? No reason. And then I leave the doors locked all night, you know? That's what the rifle is for. Right? Actually, when I was living in Alaska, I didn't have any firearms. Growing up in a village like that, there was no crime, there was very few kind of predators. We would get black bears, and sometimes my dogs would be going wild because there'd be a black bear in like my yard, and so like I just kind of opened the door and I would grab these little sharpened sticks we had right by the door, and I'd go, ah, like a Tuscan Raider, and the black bear would take off. Brown bears though, don't fuck with brown bears. Yeah, black bears really aren't scary. No, not unless they have cubs. And though there was one point where I was face to face with a black bear that had cubs in the middle of the night along the highway while I was walking. But there was only like a real thin wire fence, like, you know, like sticks of metal like 3-4 feet high with like some cable that goes with like 3 strands of cable. But thankfully it did not follow me or anything. Like, once I saw that the bear was like right there in the dark, I just kind of like put my hands up slowly and was like, whoa, like, I didn't know you were there, I'm just gonna keep walking. And then I walked and I kept walking and I was shaking. I was like, oh fuck, because I saw the cubs in the water like right there, like, you know, 10-15 feet from me, and I was like, are those bear cubs? There's the mom. And I was like, oh shit. But no, it didn't bother me. And we never got polar bears. I was from south central Alaska, so like polar bears would have to travel a long way to get to where I lived. If not friend, why friendship? Didn't even have to make noise. Yeah, black bears are pretty skittish a lot of the time. But man, I ain't fucking with no grizzlies. And also, we did have crackheads there. In the town I grew up in, we did have crackheads, but it was such a small town, like, you knew who all the crackheads were. It was the noises from the forest and the mountains at night that you did not go investigate. And, like, I could tell stories. I could tell story after story after story of things I cannot explain. And I'm like, I'm into the whole paranormal thing, but I'm also a skeptic. Like, oh, my faucet's running in the middle of the night, but I know I turned it off. More than likely, your valve is going bad, you know? But boy howdy, have I seen some shit out in them woods. To the point where, like, if I was ever to go back up into Alaska, I am not going into those woods without being heavily armed. Like, and I'm not worried about bears. Like, there's probably been no greater terror that I've felt in my life than walking between two trailer parks at, 1 o'clock in the morning, deep in the winter, during basically a snowstorm, with my best friend at the time. And, like, we're talking, and, he's telling me about this village. The village has kind of a silly name, the village of Titlik, and how they are very superstitious and everything. And he's telling me, like, the legends, and, like, in those villages, as soon as the sun goes down, like, everybody goes inside, like, they do not go outside after dark. They board up their windows, they block the doors, like, they really believe that shit, right? And as he's telling me this, there's a whistle, a long drawn-out whistle comes down from the mountains, bro. And I don't mean like the whistle of like a wind. I mean like this sounded like a person whistling through the snowstorm. And in the specific direction that came from, it would have been beyond a gravel company and like up into an actual mountain. Like, we lived at the base of a mountain, basically. Like, it was less than a mile from us. The high school was put right up against the mountain range to where, like, 50 feet from the high school, you could climb the cliffs straight up the mountain. But, like, knowing what that means, knowing those superstitious tales about, like, when you hear, like, a whistle in a snowstorm, you never whistle back. Because it's not a person who's lost, We just, like, booked it into a dead sprint, like, non-stop sprint. Like, we sprinted, like, 2 fucking miles straight to his house. Because that night specifically, his whole family had gone up to Anchorage for a trip, and me and him were watching over his house and his aunt's house and taking care of the dogs at both of them and everything. So that's why we were walking in the middle of the night. But, like, holy shit, man, that was a night. That's just one thing about that night. Like, that night had poltergeist level shit happening, banging on the front door and us throwing the front door open to just fresh snow and no footsteps. Shit like the fucking TV turning on to just blaring static when, like, me and him are just sitting at the table. The remote wouldn't even turn it off, dude. We had to pull the fucking power cord. He had a big ass pit bull that would, like, eat tires, dude, and that pit bull the whole time is in a ball under our feet, like, down at the like at the kitchen table, like, terrified, dude. Fucking slam in the back room. Like, we go running back there, throw that back door open, and there's nothing, not even furniture in there, because it was too cold in the winter for that back room. Didn't have insulation, and it was like we had to call somebody. We were like, yo, come get us, we can't stay here. It was fucked. It was fucked up. Anyway, let me, I'm gonna make my squad here. I've been ranting. Thank you for all listening to my rant. And Bill, it's not Titlik, it's Titlik. There's a TA in front of that. I'm not falling for that shit, Bill. Next thing you know, I should tell you about the legend of the Mind Goblins. That's how it's spelt. But, yeah, I have hella stories that I could tell about that place. I genuinely believe that that town is actually cursed. In like the 50s, there was an earthquake which caused a tsunami, which wiped out the docks, capsized tanker ships. Tons of people, including children, were swept out to sea and never seen again. I believe they were buried with the silt. The original township was built on silt flats. And then once it was basically wiped out, they moved the town like 3-4 miles down onto more solid ground. I'm gonna start dealing with Wendigos on hikes soon. Yeah, so like that kind of thing, like the word Wendigo or Skinwalker, for some of like the Native Alaskans that I used to grow up with, some of them didn't care, but some of them took that shit so seriously they'd get angry at you if you started talking about it, because they believe the more you talk about it, the more you invite it into your life. But yeah, there was a bunch of crazy shit, like just some other things I can rattle off without getting deep into the stories. There was the old Pioneer Cemetery. That place was haunted as fuck. They would bring in contractor crews from all over the U.S. to work on government contracts to build dams. Fuck they building a dam for up in the mountains with no running water around it, you know? Like, there's like, I honestly believe there's like black ops sites, there's like government research facilities out there, like, ain't nothing much can handle an M1, right? What if it's not a physical figure? That's the thing too, is because like a lot of what I experienced up there was not physical, like essentially not even visible, but like undeniably there, and that's what's kind of scary about it. But then at the same time, there is physical stuff too, just crazy shit. Ooh, but anyway, chat. It's about time for me to end the stream. I'm running a little bit later than I thought I would, so oh, kill, I'm sorry. Here's what I'll do, like, time for me to start. So there's a couple people in here who I've seen a few times, but I don't think have joined the... I don't know if you guys want to join the Discord server, but I'm gonna create an invite here, and I'm just gonna post it in the chat. Bad time for you to start. There you go, you can take that if you wanted to join the Discord. But yeah, I'm gonna end the stream. I ran a little bit later for my, you know, midday stream than I thought I was going to, so I'd say I'll probably be back to stream in about 4 hours or so, which will be about 10 p.m. for me. You can start posting. You've already been posting scams, Cap. But yeah. When I come back later tonight, I'll probably be doing more Mass Effect. Mass Effect's gonna be like my main thing for a while, unless I get some kind of like wild feeling to play something like Marvel Rivals or Fortnite or Helldivers or something like that. Mass Effect will be the main game for a while. But thank you all so much for being here. Thank you all so much for the support, the chats, hanging out, listening to my scary stories. And yeah, I'll catch you on the flip side. Oh, I should raid out, actually. I was about to hit stop stream so I could end it like that, but I should probably raid out to somebody. Do you? Oh, behave! Oh. Let me see. There you are. Go to Stream Manager. I mean, it would make most sense since I'm already playing Mass Effect. What the hell? Am I spelling Captain wrong? It says you're not live. How's that possible? You're right here. Maybe needs more than 2 minutes to register. There we go, there we go. Alright, chat, we're raiding out to Cap. I'm going to drop y'all with him. Most of y'all already know him anyways. But he's playing Mass Effect, so I think it'll make sense. Because I usually prefer to raid people who are already playing the same game that I'm playing anyways. But yeah, y'all have a great rest of your night. I'll be back probably in about 4 hours, and I'll catch you on the flip side.